tumanyi jali tumanye bwali. Please. Museveni ayagala kutta Bobi Wine. Museveni ayagala kubuzaawo Bobi Wine. Museveni ayagala kuwamba Uganda ng'akozesa amagye. Because akalulu kawedde. Akalulu takutteemu. Kakati ayagala kuwamba, ayagala kutta Bobi Wine, atekewo commotion, awambe. Please, mushayalinga video yenu egende buli wamu. Ebyobululu kakati tusooke tubiteeke wabbali twawangudde dda akalulu. Tale center zaffe zonna zikiragalunye worldwide nti akalulu tukawangudde. Kakati tulina kusooka kusevinga Bobi Wine. Aleme kukolebwa nga bwe babuzaawo Muteesa ne tubunda Bobi Wine ku ssaawa eno ali mu bigere nga Muteesa we yatuleka ng'obota amuwaŋŋangusa. Kasita bamugjawo Bobi Wine bannayuganda bagenda battanga ebiyenje. Please mushayalinga video tumanye Bobi Wine bwali. Mbegayiridde mupostinge buli alina abali abroad nga mwe mulina internet. Please mukoleyo ka short video ne bwe kaba ka seconds asatu nga munnyonnyola nti Museveni want to kill Bobi Wine. Museveni ayagala kutta Bobi Wine, ayagala kuwambisa magye oluvannyuma lwa Bobi Wine omuwangula akalulu ku percentage etabangawo mu nsi yonna. Please katulabe munaffe gwe tulina mu studio wano atubulire ku mbeera ye kyagirowoozaako ey'okuba nti Bobi Wine ali mu kaseera kazibu kati we twogerera. Mukyala Rita Genevieve.
Wanjisebo.
Embeera ogiwulidde?
Embeera obadde okyayogera ng'oli ku declaration form. Omukyala omwami bamuyita Victor followinga ali Zambia yasoose okujja mu inbox yange n'angamba Rita wait a minute, is our president safe? Which means amawulire gasaasaanye edda buli kimu. Omulenzi mugambye wait a minute kamala okusaakinga wano noonye ngenza okebera bwe nti nga our president ali under attack. So mbadde nsaba tukole hashtag our president is not safe, is under attack. Message egende viral please kubanga kati nze maze otegeeza abe Zambia.
Okay. Bannange muwulire kyala kyabagambye, let us create hashtag right now. Bobi Wine is under attack. Yeah. Our president Bobi Wine is under attack. That is the hashtag.
Yeah.
Museveni kill Bobi Wine. Taga BBC, taga Sky News, taga CNN,
all African countries.
All African countries muzitaginge mu comment mu hashtag zezo nti Museveni want to kill Bobi Wine. Now he want to abduct him, bamutwale bamutte oba bamusibire wantu gye tutasobola kumanya bamutulugunye oba bamuwa obutwa oba bamukube empisa ez'obutwa, then bajje beerangirire oba bajjewo ebyokulangirira. Please mutaginge buli kitongole ekikuuma ddembe mu nsi yonna, mutaginge gavumenti zonna eza Africa, mutaginge gavumenti zonna ez'ensi yonna, mutaginge ebitongole bikuuma ddembe. Bakutte Kyagulanyi, baagala kumutta, abantu be bonna babakutte. Mujjukire abasajja bano basooka kujjako Kyagulanyi security. Basooka kujjako Kyagulanyi security ye yonna. Era nga kino ekintu kye babala oba kye baplaninga. Please, USA government, help us. Bobi Wine is under attack. Please, British government, help us. Bobi Wine is under attack. Museveni want to kill the young boy, the young man who won elections free and fair.
Yeah.
Obululu babubbye naye Bobi Wine mu bugubi bwonna bw'abantu bwe balondeddemu wakati mu kutiisibwa amagye, Bobi Wine awangudde obululu. Rita, nze sikirabangako bukyanzakuwa. Okulonda kwonna okubaddewo ewaffe nti Museveni afunye obululu 47. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Kubanga abaana baffe babadde very strict. Bataiteninze ekintu.
Ne babeera ku guard.
Yes. Kati we babadde nga bafunira chance wali abantu babadde nga lawuze ekintu babadde nga bakitekinga for granted just like that. Naye this time round abaana babadde bakambwe nnyo nga tobazanyirako kubanga ekintu kye babadde baliko babadde bakyagala nga bakyetaaga.
Yes.
Obuwanguzi bwabwe they deserve abantu baffe they deserve okubeera nga bafuna obukulembeze bwaffe bwe tubadde tulwanirira.
Bannange muwulidde nabagamba nti okuwangula akalulu kirala n'okukwata pawa kirala. Kakati tumaze okuwangula akalulu, kakati twagala kukwata pawa. Tugikwata tutya nga tudifendinga Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu obutakwatibwa obutawambibwa naye tulina kikola nga tweyambisa emikutu gino ng'ate tweyambisa n'okukuba enduulu mu Uganda. Mukube enduulu, mugyeyo eŋŋoma, mugyeyo obusefuliya, mutandike okukuba enduulu, eggwanga mugye, abantu bonna bakuŋŋaane. Please, abalina essimu ya studio yaffe, Rita.
Yes, nagitaddeko.
Mbadde muwandiike wano ng'andabawo kati, ngikopinge ngise screen. Gitayipinge waawo, kakoppe we wakatadde okateeke wano.
Gitayipinge.
Nkateekewo oŋŋamba ogenda okusindika so that nenjirinda wano.
Yes, Yibra, you're watching me. I don't know from which country. Yibra Jackson. I don't know where you're watching from. Can you please text me where you're watching from? Because our president is under attack. Please, we want you to tell everyone.
Yes,
Omwami abadde checking-ako. Anebaza omulimu gwe tukoze bambi.
Ya teekayo essimu tugibatere kuno. Twagala abali mu gundi abali mu Uganda. Bw'oba olina omuntu ali mu Uganda atusindikire voice note. Tugenda kusaawa essimu ya studio. Tuli mu kutayipinga essimu wano tugenda gisa ku screen ya studio otuweereze voice note. Tugenda giplayinga live wano ku Kimbugwe live ne Fred Kajubirumbu ye live. Tubabuulire oba ensi yonna etegere because kati abantu emitima gitwewanise. Oyo Bobi Wine bw'omukwatako kankubuulire Museveni bw'okwata ku Bobi Wine emitima gyaffe giva we girina okukubira ne gigenda mu nsonda eno. Museveni bw'okwata kwona omwana emitima gyaffe ogijja we gikubira n'ogitwala eno ne gitandika okwekoona ku magumba. Oyagala kutukola ki Museveni? Oyagala kutukola ki musajja gwe? Lwaki otubukaabya amaziga? Uganda eno ogikaabizza nnyo amaziga kisajja gwe. Nkwegayiridde kisajja gwe. Please, Uganda mulwane tewali kukwata ku Bobi Wine. Temukkiriza kukwata ku Bobi Wine. Kakati ngenda kutandika okuzanya ku sofa. Abasindise audio abamanyi ku gundi. Abamanyi kuki ku bya Bobi Wine wali ambaterewo wano abamanyi ku Bobi Wine osobola okusindika message ku simu ya studio. Message njagiraba. Osobola okuteekako voice note tugenda kugizanya. Okay? Tugenda kugizanya. Ogitete wano. Kanjirinde ndawo bijja. Bananga alina essimu yaffe. Please. Giteekeko kanji typing wano kube iyo sigiraba ndaba tetuuka. atuwulirize ono munnaffe. Okay, osobola okuba oba okusindika voice note. Osobola okuba oba okusindika voice note. Osobola okuba oba okusindika voice note ne tukussaako ku mpewo. Osobola okuba oba okusindika voice note. Yes. Yeah, mu voice note kiba kirungi katulabe ono munaffe kyatugamba tuwulire oba ali Uganda kuba ndaba oba ali Nairobi.
Nze bampita Masanga Joseph ndi wano mu Kenya wali okefuna kuva otuuta wa deputy party president ono omusajja bamuyita John Nambishi teteeke bututekefuna asema biwa ate abasirikale bangi naye akalulu kali kutambula bulungi. Nze bampita Joseph ndi wano Kenya naye byetugamba Museveni setting up final referendum lwakuba akalulu Abaganda abakakubye sigwakakubye ebyakutwala amagye mutwalira abaana baffe nga bw'okulemu tetwakala Uganda twakala ebeere yatembe ogenda owummule wamwe Rwanda lekerawo tukwena atambule mu nziye.
Okay, oyo munaffe tumuwulidde. Rita owulira bulungi bwe mplayinga voice note? Okay. Kale kati banaffe ali eyo weereza voice note tugizanye wano kati.
Obulamu bugamba ki sembu oli bulungi kituufu pulezidenti agenda attack naye abantu bakuze basigale ku results abayitaddewo nga advisor tebasobola kubeera nga batta mwamusangula naye baagala bateekewo embeera abantu obwongo babuubule babuyite tebayisaawo.
Okay, muwulidde oyo omukulu kyatugambye agambye bano bayinza okuba bali ku diversion tuve ku bululu tuve then basobole okuba bayisaawo ebyabwe oba bagenda tujja concentration ku kalulu kakati bo bakole ki batandike okudoktaringa obululu. Temukkiriza ono atubuusizza atugaye nti kano kali akakodyo ak'okwagala tujje gundi focus ku kalulu. Okay, then because bamanyi nti Uganda bwe bakwata ku Bobi Wine beekyanga oba bagambe nti okulonda tukusazizzaamu oba tetukubaze kuba abantu beekalakaasizza. Please batugambye tube bakkakkamu weebale nnyo munaffe voice note eyo naye katugezeeko okuteekawo wano essimu mwenna gye muyinza okubanga mukubako eya studio oba gye muweerezaako voice note. Ngezaako wano okulaba oba egenzeewo neyinda bwe tituuka. Banani, what's going on? Ani essimu ya studio ku gundi ku line? Rita ddamu naawo wandiike studio line number kubanga bwe tugissaayo waliwo abeera mu aka agirimu agijjawo kuba kakati sigiraba ate nga naakamala singawo wano, you know? Exactly. So please studio line gipostinge zibeerewo nga nnyingi so that bwe bajjako eri ng'eneddako kuba njagala gyenfuna wano mu comment ngiteeke ku bangi baagala otuweereza voice notes tuziteekeko wano nga batubuulira. Mutegedde ekintu ekyo mu spreadinge enamba eganye era okujja kweri enamba era eganye okujja banaye mwena muwandike enamba ya studio kuba mumanyi
kanjidde mbadde nenda giddamu ewaalo ku peegi ya Lumbuye
naawe giddemu ya fada pesti webale nnyo webalire ddala atuteereddewo enamba eyo so mbegayiridde fada pesti ate anange abasajja batandise okukwata mu bintu bino naye tebajja tusobola fada pesti thank you so much enamba eyo yeri ku screen sindika voice note okuva w'osinzidde tuwulire ebifa e Uganda tuwulire ebintu ebifa ku gundi ku Kyagulanyi right now.
Akati eno ye lisiti sofa eyabo abakubiddwa akalulu n'enkoona n'enywa.
Awo.
Honorable Pira Sematimba akubiddwa. Honorable Ruth Nankabirwa agudde. Honorable Nabakoba agudde. Honorable Katolwa nkona enywedde.
Enkona enywedde.
Obusolo bwe agudde. Honorable Kibule naye agudde. Ne Honorable Nzesi Maragogera Vice President Sekandi akubiddwa. Bidde akalulu kamukubye ne Patrico akalulu kamukubye. Mbongera amalala.
Tuongere
Kayemba Solo Honorable Geoffrey Rutaya Honorable Hilde Manichiaga Honorable
n'okwefungiza
Chairman Nyazi bakyali neck to neck.
Bas webale nnyo munaffe Richard okuva e Birmingham webale nnyo amawulire ago g'otujjidde Uganda ago ge mawulire ge twagala kati okuwulira nabagambye anaakuba ekikeesa yekka yajja wano ku Lumbuye ne Kimbugwe live anaakuba ekikeesa
kyebaleko mwami Tony webale okutuweereza tukwebaza webale nnyo webalire ddala mwami Tony njagadde okuweereza amawulire agafa Isingiro omukulembeze gwe bayita Lwamirama gy'alondera oba mubaka waliyo ko muganda wange aliyo aŋŋambye
tutuuse abanaakuba ekikeesa mwanguwe abanaakuba ekikeesa
Premier results, Konanga Primary School. Wine 137, 130. Wine 130, 173, 137. $182, 68, 380, 170. Okay. Lutunda Kanyanya. Let me see the Kanyanya. Lutunda Kanyanya.
municipality, Msonobari district, their candidates are leading as the preliminary results. Betty Namboze and then Bobby Wine, president. Source NTV. Oh, wait, guys. Let me see if I can get something from this app of theirs. Wait.
Walero kakomye ku ssaawa 10 electoral commission nebeera ng'ateyo yongerayo Jupiter Electoral Commission mu bimu byeyayogedde ng'eggulawo National Tally Center oba we bagenda okubeera nga babalira obululu we bagenda okubeera nga bategeezeddwa nga kyo ekigenze mu maaso. Electoral Commission yagambye mu county eyitibwa Mwenje County North oba Mwenje County ey'omu Mambuka mwabaddewo mu ngeri gye baali bakubyemu akalulu waliwo okutaataganyizibwa mu ngeri obubonero gye bakozesebwa nga waliwo independence ng'akozesa akatebe ng'akabonero ate nga waliwo n'owa NRM naye ate nga kalulu oba kakonge baalabye ng'ate owa NRM bwe bawadde entebe ate owa independence ne bamuwa baasi eya NRM. N'olwekyo akakalulu Electoral Commission neekasazaamu n'egamba nti ekyakubanga etegekayo ate olunaku olulala nga bamaze okubeera nga bakubisa ballot papers oba obululu obulala bajja kubanga bategeezeddwa nga lunaku ki lwe bayinza okuba nga akalulu kano kagenda mu maaso. Ate bw'osanga akakyerere polling station mu Nyarwanga parish Lubaale county mu district y'e Bushenyi wo wabaddewo ate ababadde bagezaako okuleeta akavuyo ne baagala okuba nga batwala ebimu ku ebyo ebikozesebwa mu kulonda.
We are getting more results now. Daniel has confirmed. Malaba Obore A zone. Bobby Wine 181, 778. Amoyat 19. Mao 2. Katumba 3. Okay. Okay. Malaba O. Now, I will first check Mr. Malaba, Mr. Daniel. This is Malaba Obore A zone. Which district is this? Let me ask which district.
We are definitely still waiting for that to be coming through, and we will definitely continue to give you an update. Now, let me get to the different foot soldiers. We do have Joseph Sabiti, who is still stationed in Koboko, looking at that part of West Nile. There is a vote that is yet to be taken into the bank, but we can authoritatively say that according to the results that are coming through for Koboko municipality, looks like Dr. Charles Ayome is still in the lead, and we'll be getting the details from Sabiti Joseph, who is standing by in that there. We will also be going to Sheila Nakabye, who is also giving us more and more details.
I think Malaba Obore zone.
Sheila Nakabye will be giving us that update. And also right here in Studio 2, we'll be continuing to get more.
I don't think Malaba is a district in Uganda.
Samson Kasuma will be bringing us that exactly. But first of all, let me get to Sabiti Joseph in Koboko municipality to also give us much more of what he has so far received, especially when it comes to the details of the parliamentary vote, which seems to be an interesting one across the country. Joseph Sabiti, take us through some of the figures that we have so far received in the last few weeks.
All right, well,
process here at the Tally Center in Koboko Municipality, but at this time we are safely calling Koboko Municipality for Dr. Charles Samuel of the NRM. We are also calling the Koboko district woman embassy for Dr. Sherifa Ati of the NRM. We are calling the municipality for Hashim Suleiman of the NRM. We are also calling the Koboko County district for the NRM. It's also safe to call Maracha East for Lematia Ruth. Welcome for the Africa South for Adioria of the NRM. We have our country in our hands for the county region and the
There's a tweet from Bobby Wine, and he's saying, okay. Hello Uganda, despite the widespread fraud and violence experienced across the country earlier today, the picture still looks good. Thank you Uganda for turning up and voting in record numbers. The challenge is now for Yaba Commander EC to declare the will of the people. So that's the message from Bobby Wine. So the turn up has been good, which is really good. That's encouraging, because if the turn up is good, it is hard to steal. That's the truth. As long as the turn up is good, yeah, that is promising. Because if you have like something like hold on, I don't know if this is Bobby Wine, because they said he's under attack. That might be the state using his phone as well. But I think this is him. So those are some of the confirmed wins of People Power. Marende, one of our powerful lawyers. Senyonyi, our spokesperson. Kazube Bashir Mbazira, journalist. Senyonyi Muhammad, former councillor as well. Uganda is so silent. Guys, the silence is really, really loud. Like, it's kind of deafening. I mean, it's so loud, like whatever is happening. I think they tried to release the internet at around 8 there. They must have released it, then they took it back off. Because at least you would see many people trying to post here and there. But now, you can see that the silence is really, 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 it is too silent back home. This is not what Uganda could be. Because what Museveni did was, he never wanted people to send in the results. That's what they are doing. Like, they want the results to come in at a very slow pace. But the good thing is, okay, new results coming in from Luwero. New results coming in. They show that Luwero, they show that preliminary results show that Bobby Wine 444, Museveni 133, 138. Preliminary results 444, 138. 444, 138. We have 146 districts in Uganda. That's all of them. Those are all the districts. Now, what you should know is the number with the districts with the biggest number of voters. Those districts are definitely going to Bobi Wine. The first district is Kampala. It has 1.28 million voters. That is the capital city of Uganda. Then the other district with the biggest number of voters is called the Wachiso. It has 1.154, 54,857. That's Wachiso. Now, these two districts are Bobi Wine strongholds, and they are found in the central part of Uganda. If you go to the electoral map, for those of you who are interested, 18 million voters, as you can see, 34,684 polling stations. They're the ones we have in the country. They are the ones we have in the country. I wanted to see the map, this guy's maps, but I wanted to show you something on the map, but I don't know where it is. Those biometric systems, they failed to work. We purchased these systems, we purchased 34,000 and whatever. The number of polling stations is the number of biometric systems that we purchased. Over 20 million US dollars was spent on these things, but they have all they all refused to work. They refused to work, surely. Yeah, electro map. This is what I wanted. Oh, what is wrong with what is wrong with the website? No, it won't do what I want, I think. It won't do what I want. Let me see. It's just downloading the maps. Okay. Okay. Continue looking for the votes. Wherever you can get a vote, please bring them in. Bring the votes in. Let's try to get the votes in. Try to get the votes in. Okay guys, I'm trying to do a tally here, so just bear with me. I actually forgot using Excel sheets. It's been long since last time I was in a class. Okay. Now, so I want the sheet to add this plus this, F plus D plus F, and then give me the total here. Okay. Yes, guys, information that is in now. We are seeing that the government is trying to arrest Bobby Wine. That's the information we are getting. So All right. Now this is what I'm going to do. Let me first get all the results for Kampala, right? The polling station. Okay. This is Kampala. Give it a color. Purple, right? Alright, so okay. Let me see, Kampala has how many polling stations? It's a lot. Okay, Kampala has ho. Man. Oh, okay. Oh, this works, I think. I can't copy that. Thought I could copy all this. Let me see. Data is a bit slow. Kalungu premier results, Bunonga Primary School. Robbie Wine 137, 7 130. Bobi Wine 130, 173, 137. $180, 68, 380, 170. Okay. Lutunda Kanyanya. Let me see the Kanyanya. Lutunda Kanyanya. Sekati zone. Okay. Mpele Ray. Man, that is too much, eh? 80,000 constituents. I don't know if I can. I don't know if there is a way you can copy all this and put it into an Excel sheet. Doesn't work. Okay, lads. Okay, let me see. Okay, FDC has confirmed. In Mukono municipality, Mukono district, the candidates below are leading as per preliminary results. Betty Namboze and then Bobi Wine, president. Source NTV. Oh, wait, guys. Let me see if I can get something from this app of theirs. Man.
response n'okwongera ebinaba byongedde okubalibwawo okuva wano ku kitebe kya district so nga akateekera kulonda ate nga tubulira ebiveebutu lwaleero kakomye ku ssaawa 10 lwaleero kakomye ku ssaawa 10 electoral commission neebeera ng'ate yo yeeyongerayo Jupiter Electoral Commission mu bimu bye yayogedde ng'eggulawo National Tally Center oba we bagenda okubeera nga babalira obululu we bagenda okubeera nga bategeezeddwa nga kyekigenze mu maaso. Electoral Commission yagambye mu county eyitibwa Mwenje County North oba Mwenje County ey'omu Mambuka mwabaddewo mu ngeri gye baali bakubyemu akalulu waaliwo okutaataganyizibwa mu ngeri obubonero gye bakozesebwa nga waliwo independent ng'akozesa akatebe ng'akabonero ate nga waliwo n'owa NRM naye ate nga kalulu oba kakonge baalabye ng'ate owa NRM gwe bawadde entebe ate owa independent ne bamuwa baasi eya NRM n'olwekyo akakalulu electoral commission neekasazaamu n'egamba nti ekyakubanga etegekayo ate olunaku olulala nga bamaze okubeera nga bakubisa ballot papers oba obululu obulala bajja kubanga bategeezeddwa nga lunaku ki lwe bayinza okuba nga akalulu kano kagenda mu maaso. Ate bw'osanga kakyerere polling station mu Nyarwanga parish Lubaale county mu district y'e Bushenyi wo wabaddewo ate ababadde bagezaako okuleeta akavuyo ne baagala okuba nga batwala ebimu ku ebyo ebikozesebwa mu kulonda. Bano bo electoral commission awamu ne police.
We are getting more results now. Daniel has confirmed. Malaba Obore is on. Bobby Wine 181, 778. Amoni at 19. Mawo 2. Katumba 3. Okay.
We continue to give you latest details and updates of what's happening.
Okay. Malaba O. Now, I will first check Mr. Malaba, Mr. Daniel. This is Malaba Obore Ezon. Which district is this? Let me ask which district.
The Electoral Commission, Paul Bukenya, did say that they would be delivering the very first update of results at around midnight. We are definitely still waiting for that to be coming through, and we will definitely continue to give you an update. Now, let me get to the different foot soldiers. We do have Joseph Sabiti, who is still stationed in Koboko, looking at that part of West Nile. There is a vote that is yet to be taken into the bank, but we can authoritatively say that according to the results that are coming through for Koboko municipality, looks like Dr. Charles Ayome is still in the lead, but we'll be getting the details from Sabiti Joseph, who is standing by in that there. We will also be going to Sheila Nakaviye, who is also giving us more and more details of
I think Malaba Obore's zone.
Sheila Nakaviye will be giving us that update. And also right here in Studio 2, we'll be continuing to get more.
I don't think Malaba is a district in Uganda.
Samson Kasumba will be bringing us that exactly. But first of all, let me get to Sabiti Joseph in Koboko municipality to also give us much more of what he has so far received, especially when it comes to the details of the parliamentary vote, which seems to be an interesting one across the country. Joseph Sabiti, take us through some of the figures that you have so far received in the last few minutes.
All right, we're waiting for the official tallying process here at the tally center in Koboko municipality, but at this time, we are safely calling Koboko municipality for Dr. Charles Ayume of the NRM. We're also calling the Koboko district woman MP seat for Dr. Sherifa Ate of the NRM. We are calling maybe municipality for Hashim Suleiman of the NRM. We are also calling Okoro County in Zongo district for Kumu Gabriel of the NRM. It's also safe to call Maracha East for Lematia Ruth. There's a very comfortable lead in Aringa South for Ayoni Odria of the NRM. We have our calculator in our hands for Bongi County. Waiting, we might have to wait for final declaration. It's a tight race there between Hassan Kaps from Baro of the FDC and Dr. Boka of the NRM. We are also
holding a calculator for the Arua Central Division seat in Arua City, the race between Haddad Salim, the Honorable Castiano Wadri and Atimali Jackson. We have a calculator, we're working around that. We also have a calculator somewhere, we're looking at the figures for the race between the Honorable Christina Biabako, Honorable
There's a tweet from Bobby Wine, and he's saying, okay. Hello, Uganda. Despite the widespread fraud and violence experienced across the country earlier today, the picture still looks good. Thank you, Uganda, for turning up and voting in record numbers. The challenge is now for Yaba Commander EC to declare the will of the people. So that's the message from Bobby Wine. So the turn-up has been good, which is really good. That's encouraging, because if the turn-up is good, it is hard to steal. That's the truth. As long as the turn-up is good, yeah, that is promising. Because if you have like something like hold on. I don't know if this is Bobby Wine, because they said he's under attack. That might be the state using his phone as well. But I think this is him. Those are some of the confirmed wins of People Power. Marende, one of our powerful lawyers. Senyonyi, our spokesperson. Kazube Bashir Mbazira, journalist. Senyonyi Muhammad, former councillor as well. Uganda is so silent. Guys, the silence is really, really loud. Like, it's kind of deafening. I mean, it's so loud, like whatever is happening. I think they tried to release the internet at around 8 there. They must have released it, then they took it back off. Because at least you would see many people trying to post here and there. But now, you can see that the silence is really, 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 it is too silent back home. This is not what Uganda could be. Because what Museveni did was, he never wanted people to send in the results. That's what they are doing. Like, they want the results to come in at a very slow pace. But the good thing is, okay, new results coming in, from Luero, new results coming in. They show that Luero, preliminary results show that Bobby Wine 444, Museveni 133, 138. Preliminary results 444, 138. 444, 138. We have 146 districts in Uganda. That's all of them. Those are all the districts. Now, what you should know is the number with the districts with the biggest number of voters. Those districts are definitely going to Bobi Wine. The first district is Kampala. It has 1.28 million voters. That is the capital city of Uganda. Then the other district with the biggest number of voters is called the Wachiso. It has 1.154, 1.1 of 54,857. That's Wachiso. Now these two districts are Bobi Wine strongholds, and they are found in the central part of Uganda. If you go to the electoral map, for those of you who are interested, 18 million voters, as you can see, 34,684 polling stations. They're the ones we have in the country. They are the ones we have in the country. I wanted to see the map, this guy's maps, but I wanted to show you something on the map, but I don't know where it is. Those biometric systems, they failed to work. We purchased these systems, we purchased 34,000 and whatever. The number of polling stations is the number of biometric systems that we purchased. Over 20 million US dollars was spent on these things, but they have all they all refused to work. They refused to work, surely. Yeah, electro map. This is what I wanted. Oh, what is wrong with what is wrong with the website? No, it won't do what I want, I think. It won't do what I want. Let me see. It's just downloading the maps. Okay. Continue looking for the votes. Wherever you can get a vote, please bring them in. Bring the votes in. Let's try to get the votes in. Try to get the votes in. Okay, guys, I'm trying to do a tally here, so just bear with me. I actually forgot using Excel sheets. It's been long since last time I was in a class. Okay. Now, so I want the sheet to add this plus this, F plus D plus F, and then give me the total here. Okay. Yes, guys, information that is in now. We are seeing that the government is trying to arrest Bobby Wine. That's the information we are getting. So, all right. Now this is what I'm going to do. Let me first get all the results for Kampala, right? The polling station. Okay. This is Kampala. Give it a color. Purple, right? Alright, so okay. Let me see, Kampala has how many polling stations? It's a lot. Okay, Kampala has ho. Man. Oh, okay. Oh, this works, I think. I can't copy that. Thought I could copy all this. Let me see. Data is a bit slow. Kalungu preliminary results, Bunonga Primary School. Bobby Wine 137, 130. Bobby Wine 173, 137. $180, 68, 380, 170. Okay. Lutunda Kanyanya. Let me see the Kanyanya. Lutunda Kanyanya. Sakati zone. Okay. Mpelere. Man, that data is too much, eh? 80,000 constituents. I don't know if I can. I don't know if there is a way you can copy all this and put it into an Excel sheet. Let's see. Doesn't work. Okay, lads. Okay, let me see. Okay, FDC has confirmed. In Mukono municipality, Mukono district, the candidates below are leading as per preliminary results. Betty Nambos and then Bobby Wine, president. Source NTV. Oh, wait, guys. Let me see if I can get something from this app of theirs. Man.
Walero kakomye ku ssaawa 10 electoral commission nebeera ng'ate yo yeyongerayo. Jupiter Electoral Commission mu bimu bye yayogedde ng'eggulawo National Tally Center oba we bagenda okubeera nga babalira obululu we bagenda okubeera nga bategeeza eggwanga ki ekigenze mu maaso. Electoral Commission yagambye mu county eyitibwa Mwenje County North oba Mwenje County ey'omu Mambuka mwabaddewo mu ngeri gye baali bakubyemu akalulu waliwo okutaataganyizibwa mu ngeri obubonero gye bakozesebwa nga waliwo independent ng'akozesa akatebe ng'akabonero ate nga waliwo n'owa NRM naye ate nga kalulu oba kakonge baalabye ng'ate owa NRM gwe bawadde entebe ate owa independent ne bamuwa baasi eya NRM. N'olwekyo akakalulu Electoral Commission neekasazaamu n'egamba nti ekyakubanga etegekayo ate olunaku olulala nga bamaze okubeera nga bakubisa ballot papers oba obululu obulala bajja kubanga bategeeza eggwanga lunaku ki lwe bayinza okuba nga akalulu kano kagenda mu maaso. Ate bw'osanga kakyerere polling station mu Nyarwanga parish Lubaale county mu district y'e Bushenyi wo wabaddewo ate ababadde bagezaako okuleeta akavuyo ne baagala okuba nga batwala ebimu ku ebyo ebikozesebwa mu kulonda.
We are getting more results now. Daniel has confirmed. Malaba Obore A zone. Bobby Wine 181, 778. Amuli at 19. Mao 2. Katumba 3. Okay.
We continue to give you latest details and updates of what's happening.
Okay, Malaba O. Now, I will first check Mr. Malaba, Mr. Daniel. This is Malaba Obore A zone. Which district is this? Let me ask which district.
The Electoral Commission, Paul Bukenya, did say that they would be delivering the very first update of results at around midnight. We are definitely Still waiting for that to be coming through, and we will definitely continue to give you an update. Now, let me get to the different foot soldiers. We do have Joseph Sabiti, who is still stationed in Koboko, looking at that part of West Nile. There is a boat that is yet to be taken into the bank, but we can authoritatively say that according to the results that are coming through for Koboko Municipality, looks like Dr. Charles Ayume is still in the lead, but we'll be getting the details from Sabiti Joseph, who is standing by in that there. We will also be going to Sheila Nakabiye, who is also giving us more and more details of
I think Malaba Obone's zone.
Sheila Nakabiye will be giving us that update. And also right here in Studio 2, we'll be continuing to get more.
I don't think Malaba is a district in Uganda.
Samson Kasumba will be bringing us that exactly. But first of all, let me get to Sabiti Joseph in Koboko Municipality to also give us much more of what he has so far received, especially when it comes to the details of the parliamentary vote, which seems to be an interesting one across the country. Joseph Sabiti, take us through some of the figures that you have so far received in the last few minutes.
All right, we're waiting for the official tallying process here at the tally center in Koboko Municipality, but at this time, we are safely calling Koboko Municipality for Dr. Charles Ayume of the NRM. We're also calling the Koboko District Woman MP seat for Dr. Sherifa Ate of the NRM. We are calling Nebi Municipality for Hashim Suleiman of the NRM. We are also calling Okoro County in Zombo District for Kumu Gabriel of the NRM. It's also safe to call Maracha East for Lematia Ruth. There's a very comfortable lead in Aringa South for Ayoni Odria of the NRM. We have our calculator in our hands for Bongi County. Waiting, we might have to wait for final declarations. A tight race there between Hassan Kaps from Barov, the FDC, and Dr. Boka of the NRM. We are also holding a calculator for the Arua Central Division 6 in Arua City. A race between Haddad Salim, the Honorable Castiano Wadri, and Atimali Jackson. We have a calculator. We're working around that. We also have a calculator somewhere. We're looking at the figures for the race between the Honorable Christina Biabako, Honorable
There's a tweet from Bobby Wine, and he's saying, okay. Hello Uganda, despite the widespread fraud and violence experienced across the country earlier today, the picture still looks good. Thank you Uganda for turning up and voting in record numbers. The challenge is now for Byabakama and the EC to declare the will of the people. So that's the message from Bobby Wine. So the turn up has been good, which is really good. That's encouraging, because if the turn up is good, it is hard to steal. That's the truth. As long as the turn up is good, yeah, that is promising. Because if you have like something like hold on. I don't know if this is Bobby Wine, because they said he's under attack. That might be the state using his phone as well. But I think this is him.
all the chaos.
You are watching the vote monitoring program, which tracks live polling results and covers the latest election updates. You Vote Counting Stream, streaming for you live.
Hello, Ugandans. Welcome to the National Unity Platform, You Vote Counting Stream. I'm Patricia Namialo, a human rights activist, Washington, D.C. Thank you for voting today amidst everything that was put in place to limit your power. Today, we will use the YouVote app to monitor 2021 live election results. The YouVote app is a window into the future, a new Uganda. Bobi Wine has put his life on the line for the future of all Ugandans. He has also put his reputation on the line to encourage Ugandans to use the YouVote app, bringing the power back into the hands of the people of Uganda. Your hands. Our message to Ugandans as the National Unity Platform is simple. Let us continue to believe, to activate, to hope, influence, empower, and organize, as well as strategize, as we pave a way into a new Uganda that will ensure freedom for all Ugandans and freedom for a generation yet born. We thank Jehovah God for bringing us this far, as we are certain that He will see us through. We must win against dictatorship, and that we will win against dictatorship. So let us continue to raise our voices so that all the world can hear. We ask the world and Ugandans to use hashtag Stand With Uganda and hashtag Eyes on Uganda. From the very beginning of the People Power movement, we set out on our path knowing that we cannot fight the dictator with feelings, but with facts. Facts, we are removing a dictator. So let us get started by visiting one of the tally centers where we will be receiving our results for this election. You're probably wondering how we're going to count these results. Where are we going to count these results? Well, clearly we could not do it in Uganda, because if that was the case, the tally center would probably have been tear gassed by now. Well, that's not going to happen because the tally centers are located in the Netherlands. Another one is located in London, and there's also one in the United States. The tally center in the Netherlands is the main tally center that we're going to be using today. And at the tally center in the Netherlands, we have Eric, who's one of our presenters, Stephen Goulet, who is going to present at the tally center, and of course, Dr. Nico, who is the IT expert. Stephen Goulet, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Patricia. And good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, everyone, wherever you are watching from. My name is Stephen Ngule, reporting from the Netherlands, in Amsterdam, where one of our tally centers is based. I'll take you through to introduce to some of the colleagues we are working with here. And right here, I have, I'll take you through each of one of them will introduce themselves.
Hello, everyone in the struggle. How are you, comrades? My name is Nachinji Khadija.
Good evening, everyone. I'm called Nava Rebecca, and we here at the YouVote Tally Center. Stay tuned, we shall be bringing you live updates of the results of the Ugandan elections 2021.
Hello, comrades. I'm Jonathan by names. I'm Jonathan Mugula. We are going to be addressing to you what is coming from Uganda. YouVote. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. This is Susan Nabuti from Amsterdam at the YouVote Tally Center.
Yeah, so I'll walk around and get to Eric before I get to Dr. Nico to also say something to you. Eric?
Hello, my name is Erik van der Zanden. I'm a strategist of Peaceful Revolution, and I've been standing with the people of Uganda.
Yeah, later on I'll be getting to Dr. Nico. Then Patricia, I'll shortly get back to you for now. Then we'll get back to Dr. Nico later on. Oh, Patricia, before you get on, I would like to introduce Tim to say something, to introduce himself to you.
Yes, hello everybody. I'm Timo, Director of Producer of From Ghetto to Parliament, and I'm going to be here helping out with the technical parts of this broadcast live. We're going to be live for more than 5 hours during the count of the votes sent through the YouVote app. And I'm just telling you why I'm doing this. I've been making From Ghetto to Parliament and living 1 year in Uganda. I've seen the country being misruled, and my friends that I made over there, they're victims of that. So anything I can do to help out for free and fair elections, I'm ready to do. So here's the live broadcast. Good luck, everybody.
Yeah, thank you. I'm still trying to get hold up of Dr. Nico. He's in another room. I'll try to find out if I can get him before I get back to you, Patricia.
Sorry?
Nico will be with us in a short while. Yeah. So here is Dr. Nico. He can introduce himself to the rest of the team.
Yes, hello everyone. I'm part of the team member of YouVote, and let's hope we secure the vote today. What else would you like to know?
Just introduction for now.
Oh yeah. I think I can tell a bit more later on. At this moment, the first results are coming into the system. Really exciting to see them. So. I'll show you those first results.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Nico. Patricia, I need to hand over back to you, and we shall get back to you when we have more information to share again.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I know you are all busy right now because there's a lot of results coming in at this particular moment. So we'll let you do your work uninterrupted for the time being. And maybe if we have just a tiny bit moment, let's have a chat with Joseph just to briefly explain the YouVote app before we proceed to introductions of the presenters. Joseph, how are you doing today?
Doing great. How are you?
I'm doing absolutely amazing. So clearly, you are one of the experts that created this YouVote app. Can you talk to us a little bit about this app? How will it monitor elections, and why should Ugandans trust it?
So the YouVote app is one of the things that we did in preparation for the 2021. One of the problems we've had in the past that the opposition candidates are allowed to have their independent tally centers to monitor their votes. But as we know, like in 2016, that VSJ's tally center was raided by the military and the police, and they basically messed up all the work and the effort they had done. So on our end, we decided to create a virtual tally center, which this we had to create a mobile platform that would allow Ugandans on the ground as they go and cast their vote to be able to submit those results to us through the mobile app. And then the mobile app, we take that data, process it through our system. I think we've already seen we have different tally centers. The main one in Amsterdam, we have London, we have the US. And so as this data comes through, we're processing it and we're keeping track of the results as they come in. So the YouVote app, in simply, it's doing two things. Every citizen, whether official agent or non-official, they have the opportunity in the app to take a picture of the declaration of results form, the signed completed copy at every polling station. They can submit that to us, and they can also enter the numbers of every single presidential candidate of the results they've gotten. And the other part that is very critical through this election, as Ugandans have voted today, since most of the polling stations are counting the vote, is they can submit incident reports. Things that have been happening, we know already a few areas that have had a few contention with the police and things like that. So Ugandans are able to capture that moment, pictures, audio, video files, and they can submit to the app. We are getting that data where we have my number and several numbers that these SMS results are coming on. We're having hundreds of Ugandans that are doing that. I want to thank the Ugandans taking the responsibility to go out there and vote, risking their life. I want to thank them for using the YouVote app, because we are actually receiving SMS results in real time right now as we speak, and it's going through our system, and we're preparing this data. We will be presenting this data on the progress of where Honorable Chagwanyi, the next president, how the results are flowing through, and President Museveni and the rest of other candidates. So yeah, in briefly, that's the YouVote app. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Joseph. And obviously, we say thank you to the team worldwide that you worked with to create this app, including our IT expert, Dr. Nicole, who is on site in the Netherlands. And so let us go on ahead and take a brief moment so that we can introduce the National Unity Platform. And as they introduce themselves, they will also tell you exactly what their role is going to be today. Please come on screen and introduce yourself. Perfect. So we've already met Joseph, and now we have Stephen Gule. Stephen Gule, can you please introduce yourself?
Thank you so much, Patricia. My name is Stephen Ngule. I live in Rotterdam, the Netherlands. I'm a change, and more specifically, Honorable Chagulanyi. And today, my role is going to be helping out to broadcast, being behind the scenes, and asking a few questions, asking people who are behind the scenes working, giving updates and everything, how results are coming in, if there are any information behind the scenes that we need to let the public know so that the system shows its transparency. So that is my role today. And I'm very, very, very glad to be part of this.
Well, we are so happy to have you here with us today, Stephen Gulay. Thank you very much. Now let's introduce the next presenter. So next we have Edward Abili, who is also a coordinator in Texas. Edward is also a good friend of mine. We've worked together for quite some time now. Edward, can you please introduce yourself?
Thank you so much, Patricia. My name is Edward Abili. As you've mentioned, I am the NOP and People Power Coordinator, Texas. I am a big advocate for democracy, and therefore I support the new Uganda, which will be led by Robert Chagulanyi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edward Abili. What exactly, Edward, what will you be doing for us today?
So today we are I'll be helping to analyze the results and analyze the events that will have occurred during the day and to make projections on the way forward for the new Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edward. Let's introduce our next presenter. And here we have Sereko Sebuliba from Canada. Sereko is one of the coordinators in the National Unity Platform. Sebuliba, please go on ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you, Comrade Patricia. My name is Sebuliba Sereko, and I'm a human rights defender with the United Nations and also a civil rights trainer with the International Center for Nonviolence Commission in the United States, and also a peace agent with Peace Revolution that is based in Thailand. So as we are going to go through the day, today I'll be interviewing Council Robert Amsterdam and other guests on the platform as we go along, and also we'll be interacting and even discussing on how the elections are going and even comparing it with the past elections and how we are going to move towards a new era. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Edward. I'm looking forward to those presentations. Let's move on to our next presenter. Perfect. And here we have Eric van der, and Eric is from the Netherlands. Eric, please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yes, thanks, Patricia. I'm Erik van der Zande, and I did a degree in African Studies at the Africa Studies Center in Leiden. And that's how I did an internship at the FTC. And during my time with FTC, I became good friends with POA, with Bessie and also Bobby Wine. So we have been moving ever since. And for me, I also want to say that my main interest is not for one political leader, but for the freedom of the nation of Uganda. So also in that sense, I'm also always preaching unity. Also in the next days, depending on the results, keep in mind that we need to work together, both as the blue camp and as the red camp. I'm a fan of all those leaders, so keep united and we will have freedom within several months.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Eric. And I believe that is all the presenters that we have today. So we are going to go on ahead and take a look at a video and see all our presidential candidates for the 2021 elections.
In the 2021 Uganda general elections, 11 candidates are battling for the highest seat in office. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is presenting himself for the 6th term after 34 years in office, still as a leader of the national resistance movement. He is intent on rigging the vote again, so therefore, we are counting the votes as well. Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu, also known as Bobby Wine, is presenting himself for the first time, and he is already the biggest challenger and a leader of the NUP, National Unity Platform. We are also counting for Patrick Oboy Amriat, leader of the FDC, Forum for Democratic Change, Mugisha Muntu, leader of the ANT, Alliance for National Transformation, and Norbert Mao as a leader of the DP Democratic Party. Furthermore, we have 6 independent candidates: John Katumba, William Ayambala, Fred Mwesije, Henry Tumukunde, Nance Kalembe, and Joseph Kabuleta. You Vote is counting your votes. It's about Uganda's Choice 2021.
Perfect. And now we are going to move into a conversation with Eric, Sebeliban Sereko, and of course Joseph, where they're going to talk about last year's 2016 elections and give a projection on what we should expect in this election. Thank you.
So let me, while the others are coming up, let me also recap what happened in 2016. So it's 2016 that actually the hope was already lost that it will be free and fair election, as they had tried all the times before. And then even Besigye himself was not interested in joining, but there was a group within the FTC movement which moved him forward as the one with the biggest opportunity to face the challenge. So in the end, with a short campaign, they faced the biggest threat again, and they actually, based on those telecenters, they reached 53% of the vote. However, what we also noted at that moment, the telecenter was raided at the headquarters, all data was stolen, leaders were directly put on house arrest, and of course, this was also not the first time that the dictator has tried to rig the election. So what we still could observe from the election is that already in 2016, the urban centers, the cities, they were already opposition strongholds. However, especially at rural areas, the villages, you saw that people, based on a combination of intimidation, ignorance, inability, even though they were worst off, they were in the poorest situation, they were still voting for Museveni, also by bribery, the envelopes they were receiving. So you saw that still the rural villages, they were a stronghold for the NRM regime. Of course, a lot of the numbers of 2016, they were quite inflated. So we received a lot of 100% votes. So likely block voting, just being able to bribe off the village elders or other in the top offices, you bribe them and then you make sure that they vote for their whole constitution. So there were a lot of things happening in 2016 election. We saw, for example, social media being shut down. Back at that time, VPN was still not a used feature with the people. But even with that VPN, we saw that police were using stuffed boxes. They were stealing the votes. They were using intimidation for the people. So they were using a lot of tools to rig the election. So they used everything in their disposal to rig the election, and then leaving the oppositions no other choice and try to go to the court, which is then used for the regime, which is trying to use walk to the streets, marches, but then they put all the opposition leader on the house arrest. So they have used all the means to intimidate the people and to rig the election. They have used it so far.
Perfect. And you talked about some of the Ugandans voting for Museveni in the 2016 elections. Why was that?
Yes, so it could be the case that people voted on Besigye or on Museveni that they did not yet feel represented by FTC, or especially the youth. That the youth, they didn't feel that somebody of their own was taking the political stage. So there were also stories of political apathy among the youth, that they perceived the political sphere, the elections, already as a lost case. Even though of the day itself, you saw an increase in hope and people still thinking maybe we can do it. But then in the end, they saw that the results were different than what they saw in the telecenters. And the day after was it was a very impressive day, as the streets of Kampala were silent. Uganda was mourning. They were mourning the democracy. They had seen that even though this illusion of democracy used by the dictator, that it's there for his own purpose, and that democracy had truly died at the rule of the gun of a military regime. So that was an important moment for them to come to the realization that their democracy is an illusion.
Perfect. And Joseph, what do you think about that 2016 elections, and how will that lead us into this election? What can we take from that?
So the 2016 election is a pretty good highlight on how Honorable Chagulanyi has actually conducted his campaign trail and also prepared a virtual tallying center. As Eric has talked about, that in 2016, BSG's tally center was raided and they destroyed the evidence and the stuff they had already done. They messed it all up. Well, the problem is right now the police can't go to Amsterdam or US or London and mess up the work or the results that are being submitted in. And this is a very good thing, that as results are being gathered, we can virtually actually tally them up. And this is where the technology is playing a very big part. And we looking back on it, 2016, we have prepared for how 2021 needs to turn out. The other part that is really interesting, that things are being done different. In 2016, that BSJ, they actually had evidence and tried to go to court. Well, that evidence was not sufficient for him to have a case. Well, at this point that we have a virtual system, we have a mobile application that people can use to submit as many evidence from every corner in Uganda of what is going on. We anticipate that even though we have to go to court, we will have enough evidence that we can present to court if the election is rigged. And so the rigging process in 2021 is not going to be easy as it was in 2016 because of the tools that we have disposed to and the way we've conducted ourselves. And this is where the UVote app and the UVote system is playing a big part in helping secure the vote, both for Honorable Chagulanyi and the rest of other candidates. It's very important for us to remember that the things will turn out different this time than they were in 2016.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Let's head on back to the tally centers and see what's going on there.
Thank you, Patricia. Right here, I have a team that is quite busy putting everything together. And I'll speak to one by one. I'll start with Nava, Becky. Becky, could you please tell us, how does this tally center work?
First of all, you might have gotten any other instructions, but you could see that the internet was also shut down in Uganda. But the good news is you can still send in your results into UVote. All you have to do is log in. If you have that token, upload a picture of the DR form, but also don't forget to enter the results manually. And once you do that, we shall be able to get the system, the results here with us. And this system also has a check. We don't just put in any results, but we also first carry out a hypothesis test to see that actually the results are correct. And once the results reconcile, they are put into the system to be tallied together to come up with that total. But also, if at all you have a token, you can still send an SMS of the results to us. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Nava. I'll move to Susan. If you can tell us where is this tally center exactly in Amsterdam?
Hello, everybody. This is Susan. The tally center is in the center of Amsterdam. That's what I can say. Netherlands, in the center of Amsterdam.
In the center of Amsterdam. And how can you assure any voter who has casted a vote to make sure that his or her vote is secure, that this place actually is really secure?
Yes, this I can assure or affirm the voters in Uganda that this place is secure, the security knows about it, and that's why we built this app, the U-Vote, to secure the votes of Ugandans.
And how long ago did this project start?
The project started in 3 months ago by a team of Ugandans from USA, Canada, Germany, Netherlands, and
Okay.
UK, sorry.
And UK. Yeah, thank you so much.
It's a team of Ugandans together.
Okay, thank you so much. Patricia, I'll speak to Dr. Nico in a short while. He's quite busy trying to put quite a lot of stuff at the moment. But the moment I get to him, I'll get back to you.
I can say something about this also.
Yeah.
It's really a challenge to make such an app because the app works even if the internet in Uganda is off. What they have to do, Ugandans, they have to send in the results, the DR forms. We shall receive them, and the SMSs also are being received. For the pictures and the videos, you send them. We shall receive them when the internet is on. But please send the votes. And for any incidents that happen at the polling station, please report the incident that happened at the polling station, whether the ballot boxes were open, whether they were stuffed, all the incident what happened. Yeah.
Yes, that is Susan, one of the people who are overseeing this project. And Patricia, I'll get back to you when we get hold of Nicole. I hand over to you, Patricia.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. And we thank the team that's actually on the ground in the Netherlands to help Ugandans out with this very important step in history. And so we are going to move on to the presenters, the gentlemen, and so that they can give us, again, a brief view. I'm very interested, and I'm pretty sure you are too. What can we expect? Are the results going to be in our favor? And, these incident reports, I'm still a little bit curious about them. Personally, I feel like these incident reports are going to tell us so much about these elections. There's, cities and constituencies and regions where Museveni made it almost impossible for some of our polling agents to even get in and monitor the votes. Some of them were arrested and some of them were bought. And so, what they don't understand is that even without those results, we have a clear understanding on who won based on the incident reports that we are going to receive from the ground. And maybe Joseph can enlighten us on this.
So thanks, Patricia. The vitality of the instance report, it helps us understand in a particular polling station what is actually going on. We're looking at the voter turnout, both in comparison in 2016 versus 2021. We're looking on the demographics. As we all know, there's a lot of youth voting this time because of the majority of the population in Uganda are youth. And so the youth now, we can compare, and also the youth in 2016, the registered voters, official registered voters in every polling station, but also 2016 versus 2021. So the instance reports tell us a story of, if people didn't turn out to vote, is it because it rained? Is it because the police was tear gassing everyone? Is it because the ballots did come on time? The allocations in the we received were the ballots didn't come there. Some areas in Kampala, but we know this is a trick that President Museveni has played, where he knows he doesn't have a lot of strength. The votes get there late, and people are disorganized, or some go home and don't end up casting their vote. We've tried to encourage as many Ugandans to please stay, please wait, and make sure that your voice is heard. You go ahead and cast your vote. And so the instance reports, as we analyze them, they tell us a trail on every polling station of what is happening there or what happened there, that the voter turnout was less, or that people actually didn't end up turning out. If the voter turnout was high, we can still figure out what happened. And that's why the instance reports are very important for us to receive.
Yes, and as a human rights activist, it's been almost it's not been impossible, but it's been a little bit difficult getting incident reports from Uganda with actual evidence. And I believe, again, this app is a step into the future. Now we can have it all in this one database almost at the same time, telling the real story of what took place during the 2021 elections. And what is being reported in these instant reports in the YouVote app can even be used to try different people on the ground that have been involved in committing crimes against humanity towards the Ugandan people. And let's go on ahead and bring in Sebuleva Nsereko as well. Sebuleva Nsereko, what do you have to say about these incident reports?
Yeah, those instant reports, Comrade Patricia, those are the things that we expected to happen. And, you know, the current regime, they always create an environment that will deter people from either going to vote or deter people from knowing what is taking place. So these incidents happened in 2016. Many people received their voting materials late, mainly in Kampala areas in Kawempe. And by the time and the extension was they were given a few hours as an extension for them to vote when the materials came. And at the end of the day, Museveni created another atmosphere of intimidating voters with the mammoth army or soldiers moving around and even telling people what they are doing. So this is a kind of, it is like a culture for all dictators if they want to overstay in power. But the only thing is that every dictator has their own days when they have to leave. And that's the reason why many people opted to stay either with Museveni or not go with Besigye not to go with Mbabazi. The reason was that most people, they saw all these people as one. They never saw either Besigye can lead them to the change they want, because Besigye came with Museveni, the same way as Amama Mbabazi. But today, the reason why many people want change or they are following the new candidate, which is Kyagulanyi, because they see him as someone who is independent. He's not attached to the current regime. He's someone who started from a lower class up to where he is. So that is the zeal that all people are trying to give him support, to cheer him up, because they see him as someone who is going to be a pluralistic leader, not a monolithic leader. Because when we talk about pluralistic, that means a leader who is working for the people. That means the power of the people are greater than the people in the government. But monolithic, these are people who bring all their powers in one place. That is it's only one, I would call it a cocoon that decides how the country has to be run. That is what Museveni's regime is all about. So for intimidation, you know, every government, even if they are going to fail, they use the military, they use intimidation, they intimidate people to not to to see what is going on. But once time comes, these are the people at the end of the day, they leave. How do they leave? Once the people resist and say that I'm not going anywhere. This is our right. We have to see here, because if you told me I have to come and cast my vote, why are you chasing me away? I have to see where I casted my vote. It is my right. And you are saying the Constitution gives me that right to vote. So it means I have to see how leaders are selected. You can't tell me you are the one going to count the votes by yourself, and at the end of the day, you announce the person I didn't want. So for this situation, I know it can backfire, and this is the repression we are going through, and the repression Museveni is using. But at the end of the day, this repression backfires, and even the military, I know, they also want change, and they are vying for change. It is only that they can't say it out loud that we want change, but they are also rallying behind the people. It's only that Ugandans are not yet ready to show them that, yeah, we are ready to take over this country. But today, as Uganda decides, with Kyagulanyi coming in as a new entrant, now Ugandans are showing that they want change, and they are rallying behind a strong person, and they know he can lead them to the promised land. Yeah.
Perfect. And then, maybe we bring on Edward Abili. Sebliban Sereko, you talked about Kyagulanyi, people having that trust for him. Maybe we can talk a little bit about his campaign trail. We saw so many people just so excited to see him, and clearly we saw so many people get killed, and still these young men that are the comrades, heroes that are now in jail, imprisoned, continue to travel with him regardless of the danger that was involved. And going back into his past, this is someone that grew up in the ghetto, clearly became very successful, had the money to leave the ghetto, but instead he bought land there, built a house there, and I believe it was so that he can inspire these young people to be something better than what maybe they envision their life to be, and that he has clearly inspired these young men. I mean, these are the men that are fighting on the front lines of the People Power movement. In fact, they started the People Power movement, so we owe them so much. And so to the ghetto youth, we absolutely appreciate you. And so let's talk about the campaign trail, please.
Yeah, when we talk about the campaign trail, we are looking at the youth who, some of these youth, they've grown up knowing that there is hope for their future. They've grown up knowing that at the end of the day, once I finish my college or university, I'm going to get a job. And these are the people who have failed to get a job. But every time when Museveni comes in for campaign, he's promising them many hope. He's coming up with many schemes like the wealth creation, but they are not benefiting out of these schemes that Museveni is creating. And some of these people, the reason why they continue trailing Bobby Wine or Kyagulanyi, because he is in the same age bracket with them. They see someone who understands what they are going through, their situation. Like for Museveni, he can't understand what the youth want now. So that is the difference.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So I'll go on ahead and have Joseph, Comrade Joseph, moderate this particular part of this conversation, and I'll get off the screen.
All right. Just give me a second, guys.
Yeah.
So we are seeing results coming. Let me just checking right here on the clock. It's about coming to 7 p.m. in Uganda. It's 6:52. Great news. There is a lot of counting that has already happened. Results are coming in. We are preparing our media center that people can actually see this percentage tottering up. One of the delays in our media center to present is, as we receive the data from every single person in Uganda, we have different statuses for that data. And we want to make sure we accurately counting these numbers. So they get submitted. They have to be verified by our different tally centers that we've already presented. And after they are verified, they have to be confirmed by one of the official agents in the tally centers. And as soon as they are verified, they are confirmed, they go under projection. So some of the results we have preliminary results are almost right on to the projection where we will show them and decide it's like, this is what we've gotten at this specific polling session and so forth. But I just want to make you aware and assure that the results are coming in mostly through SMS. As you all know that the internet was shut down. So mostly these are coming through SMS. I want to thank the Ugandans. Thank you for using the UVote app. Thank you for submitting these results via SMS. And we will be giving you a real-time update as we accurately finalize the confirmation to project who is won. Just a quick teaser. We are right now currently, I want to say we are winning. Bob Wine is winning in a lot of these polling sessions. That is me looking behind the scene in the system as this data flows through. But you will be seeing these percentages go up as we pipe them through. I just wanted to get back to probably Edward. Tell us about why do you feel like the Bob Wine will win this 2021 election? From so far the conversation, seeing the voter turnout, people going to vote, and a few instances that have happened, what do you feel? What's your gut feeling about the election results?
Thank you, Salongo. Uganda's never faced any interesting election like this one. One of the things that we have to note is that we have an incumbent who has been in power for the last 34 years. We have had a country where all the systems have run down, where there is rampant corruption, security forces kill citizens left, right, and center. This is a country that has run down to the extent that the court systems do not work anymore. You saw recently all Bobby Wine's team was arrested and the courts of law granted them a bail. But despite the fact that they were granted bail, they were still rearrested by the military and instead sent to military courts of law without clear charges. So Ugandans have developed, they have reached a point in time where they are completely tired of bad leadership, and they have seen other African countries improve in terms of democracy, in terms of development. Look at countries like Tanzania, look at countries like our neighbors like Kenya, you look at countries like Botswana, you know, the country is developing because their countries are developing because of good leadership. So because of all those factors, Ugandans were only looking for somebody that could inspire them to get to the polls, somebody that they could believe in. So they see that in Bobby Wine. Remember that Bobby Wine is still a youth, he's in his 30s. And if you look at the population of Uganda today, more than 80% of the population of Uganda today is below 30 years old. That means that this is a generation that identifies with Bobby Wine. This is a generation that identifies with change and dynamic development. So it is of no surprise that the turn-up this time is big. And of course, Bobby Wine himself is a very big motivation factor and an inspiration to the youth. If you look at Bobby Wine's background, Bobby Wine grew up from a very poor family. He faced hardships. He grew up in a ghetto, but he was able to educate himself, go to school, graduate, become a popular musician, and inspire the youth. So all those factors drive the youth to the polls, because they have somebody that they look at as a mentor and somebody that they believe that will bring the change that the country desires. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think Eric is here. Most welcome, Eric.
Yes, thanks. So I want to indeed, you see that the youth is definitely come up in large numbers. I also want to add that do not forget POA, because of course all attention has been on Bobi Wine, and he has indeed been the main disruptor of the political situation in Uganda, especially in finding new ways, for example, in interacting the diaspora, using technology, in finding ways how to provide means that the dictator has never faced so far. But also do not forget POA, as POA has had the barefoot revolution. So at nomination day, he lost his shoes, and since then, out of solidarity with the people, he has taken off his shoes and campaigned without it. And personally, I expect both Bobi Wine and POA to be the contest between them. And Museveni is an old story. So we also have to see how it's going in the next results. But I think more than expected, he will also be able to get support.
Yeah, thank you so much for that good update. A good update on that. I just wanted us to talk a little bit more on the diversity. I think there is quite a lot of mix right now. I know there is also a huge voter turnout for the youth, but there is also, as the numbers come in, there is still a lot of people that the older generation that have actually came out and did cast their vote. Let's talk about a little bit for those that you say out of the youth age bracket, youth in the definition of 18 to 35 years of age. If they're coming out, what are the chances that they casted? Because we're right now just counting. What are the chances that they casted their vote to Honorable Kyagulanyi or to President Museveni? Do you want to go in and select on that, Honorable Nseleko?
I didn't get the question well, very clearly.
The question is, as there is a huge percentage of youth right now that did cast their vote today, what are the chances that the older folks that are not, you say, called youth, that they casted their vote and gave it to Bobi Wine versus Museveni? Because one of the things in the past, the older folks have had the thing of they want peace. The intimidation basically has always got to their nerves, and they're not able to overcome that. It's like, well, it's okay. We had a war in the 80s and we don't want another war, so let's keep Musei in there. That we're fine with it. But a lot of them, the rhetoric has changed.
You are watching the vote monitoring program, which tracks live polling results and covers the latest election updates. You Vote Counting Stream, streaming for you live.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, Councillor Robert. Welcome.
Well, thank you for having me.
Yes, my name is Sebuliwa Nsereko, and I'm part of this team. I'm a human rights defender and social activist, and based in Canada. Today, I'll be interacting with you and together with my colleagues, and we'll be discussing different issues that are happening within the country. And Before I continue, I wanted you to introduce yourself to the whole world to know who the person is here and yes.
So my name is Robert Amsterdam. I'm a lawyer, and I'm privileged to act for Bobby Wine, the Honorable Bobby Wine, and I've been working with him since the horrible night in Arua, and have watched his progress, and he's been in my prayers every day because I've watched the assault on him and the people that are assisting him every day. It's not been an election campaign. It's been an absolute shooting gallery. And I consider myself a friend of Nick Opio, who was wrongfully charged in a politically orchestrated show. You know, I would call it a show trial, but even that gives it too much credit. And I'm not in the demographic of Bobby Wine. I'm a much older guy. I've been in Africa for 45 years, spending most of my time in West Africa and Nigeria. But I've worked all over Africa, very often for opposition groups, and sometimes for companies and individuals who have been involved in oppressive state conduct, and been very privileged to act for a number of African leaders, like the former president of Zambia, Rupia Banda, and many of Nigeria's leaders, some of whom I grew up with. So I have a long history of working in Africa.
Oh, thank you. That is a great background. So many people are mainly in Uganda. They see you as like someone who has opened up the eyes of other international organizations or international Western world. So why do they think that you are a new hero for Uganda?
Well, I would not be a hero for Uganda, but I would say that my brother Bobby is a hero, and a number of the other candidates who I don't know are heroes. Anybody who's participating in the political process in Uganda is a hero. I wanted to be in Uganda, but unfortunately Museveni has banned me. I'm banned in over 8 countries, many of them in Africa, which is a very strange thing. I'm also a Canadian lawyer and a British lawyer. But I take on political cases, and unfortunately, Bobby was referred to me by a human rights organization when we became aware he was being tortured in custody in Uganda. And I think one of the things that we had to do was appeal to the West to try to save his life, because they were going to kill him. And I don't think people realize how close to death he was in the Arua situation. And when we were able to extract him and bring him to the States, he had to be hospitalized. And after that treatment, to go back and have the courage to go back to Uganda is absolutely incredible to me. I mean, his heroism is beyond words. But I'll say this: when I was a boy and sadly a high school dropout from Canada, I went to Nigeria, and I was very honored to have dinner with the former head of state of that country, who suggested that I would find my identity in Africa, working with Africa's youth. And to be frank with you, in all of the years I've been working in and out of Africa, it's shocked me how the people who were part of the liberation struggle against colonialism turned into colonials themselves. And I write about this often. I call it internal colonialism. We saw it, my close friend and my client in Tanzania is Tundu Lissu. We were honored to work with him during his election campaign. Tundu is a man of the courage of Bobi Wine. Tundu took 16 bullets 3 years ago, which we know was orchestrated by President Magufuli, and came back to fight another election. So there's a level of heroism to be in the opposition in some countries, but also between Magufuli and Museveni, we have these native black leaders who have decided to become imperialists and colonialists with their own people. And one of my saddest days 4 or 5 years ago was walking around Soweto in South Africa with some of my colleagues and having a few of them who had been in jail during the fight against apartheid, telling me that the corruption going on in South Africa at that time was worse than apartheid. And I think, unfortunately, so much of the language in the West forgives whatever cruelties African leaders dole out because they're African. As long as they're not white, they'll forgive them their sins. And I think that's just outrageous. In a strange way, it's a reverse racism. The issue is not to judge people by their color. The issue is to judge them by their actions. And Africa's had great leaders, historically incredible leaders. But right now, this crop we have in East Africa are a frightening spectacle. Not, by the way, I'm not including Uhuru Kenyatta, who has saved, very quietly saved many activists from East Africa from jail or death.
Yes, as you spoke about violence, before I got to the question, do you think Bobi Wine is, you can compare him to Aquino, who went back to Philippines, knowing that Marcos might kill him?
Yeah, I do. In fact, when we brought Bobby to Washington, one of the things I said to him was that comparison. And it's also the same thing that worries me about the violence against candidates. If you look at what had happened in Pakistan with Benazir Bhutto on her return, it's extremely dangerous to witness. And I will tell you quite honestly, the most dangerous period is the one we're approaching now, because election results will come out, and I don't want to sound like a cynical old man, but my view will be that those election results will be false, and they will sprinkle votes among opposition candidates, and the dictator will come out ahead. And then I believe we will see a strong reaction from the people who voted for the opposition.
Okay,
and
that takes me, yes, go ahead, you.
And that's why they've frozen the internet. This all comes from a playbook. This is nothing that isn't pre-thought. And what I think we have to do is understand that many of these votes have been really stuffed in ballot boxes or organized in terms of the count. I mean, if you're following on Twitter, those few people who manage to still post anything, you'll see how many people are already saying they've witnessed ballot boxes being stolen and pre-marked ballots being shoved in boxes. So, I mean, all of this is going on.
So that takes me to the question, what impact does electoral violence have on Uganda's democratization process? institutional reform process and leaders' legitimacy?
I think it destroys the legitimacy of the dictator. I think that the danger is it doesn't assist democratization, because what it does is assists radicalization. And I think the question is, what are the next steps for the people when they know that they have an illegitimate government, and we know that Museveni is essentially trying to leverage his son into power. I mean, that's no secret. And I think one of the big issues is going to be what the U.S. administration does in Africa. There has been such a terrible absence of American assistance to opposition parties in Africa, and we need to see if that gets corrected. Of course, the U.S. is dealing with its own coup, its own problems right now, but there's a new sheriff in Washington, and a lot of people with a lot of familiarity in Africa are going to be in the government. So, we have some hope. And there's also, let's not forget, there's Canada, there's the UK. There are these countries that will work for democratization. And I think we also shouldn't be so quick to dismiss the possibility that other countries will get more involved in assisting Africa, but that ultimately it is Africa for the Africans. It is our youth, our generation of youth that we see in Uganda, 75, 80% of the population under 35. This is their time for power. And I believe through peaceful protest after the election that power still may be, there still may be a negotiation available. And I think that's when Bobby should summon, the best minds that can be put on the table to try to negotiate some form of compact when the dictator understands that a fraudulent election won't work.
Yeah. So, yes, you spoke about the new sheriff, and I know the new sheriff, many people have hope in him. But as we speak now, over 200 people are confirmed to have been arrested back home in Uganda by the security agencies. Do you think with the, because Museveni now is trying to instigate violence in the people, but at the end of the day, if the elections are confirmed rigged, do you think Ugandans can cause a civilian revolution like the Arab Spring or the Sudanese revolution? If yes, why and how?
Well, we have to be very careful. Those of us who are Ugandan citizens, we have to be very careful about the words we say in terms of revolution. I think we have to always insist that we're only talking about peaceful protest. Do I think peaceful protest can happen? Yes, I do. Do I think it could be overwhelmingly powerful? Absolutely, I do. Do I think people in Uganda have had enough of the extreme violence that's been visited on them? I do. And I feel that part of the cause of this violence is the support the government's been getting from the Europeans and the Americans. So as much as I want to say that we need Western support, I also want to say we have to ensure that governments stop supporting the dictator. So, I think there's a job for the youth in Uganda, and I think there's a job for old folks who care about Uganda and Africa and all of the capitals of Europe. And let's not forget, we have a huge Ugandan diaspora. You are part of it. In a strange way, I am part of it. All of us who care about what's happening are part of it, and we're in different capitals all over the world. And we should be marching outside of embassies and capitals. There's a huge opportunity for the diaspora to be heard against the dictator. And I'm hoping there will be that level of organization after the election if this is as rigged and as foul as we think it will be.
So we can move on to my colleague, Edward Abili. He has questions for you or interactions to do with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Sebeliba, and thank you, Council Amsterdam. We really appreciate your services and the help and the interest you've showed towards the democracy of Uganda. My question is, in the past, we have a dictator in Uganda that has been president and has forced himself in power for 34 years. Every time Uganda goes for election, those elections are a sham. And usually the courts of law acknowledge that there were challenges with the elections. However, they were not significant to change the outcome of the election. Remember that these judges are appointed by the same dictator. So they definitely rule in the interest of the dictator. If all that happens, so far everything looks good. It looks like Bobi Wine is leading as the results are coming in. But usually as we draw closer to the night, things begin to change because in the darkness, that's when they doctor the results. So in the event that we go through the courts of law and they do the same process as usual, what should other governments do to help Uganda? Because this time we have the U-Vote application that is reporting all the incidents, and besides reporting the incidents, it's also able to record results as they come in. So with that overwhelming evidence, do you think that our development partners from the Western world, Europe, the United States of America, and all other countries that have a stake in Uganda, do you think they can come together and bring justice to Uganda? Thank you.
Well, Edward, thank you for your eloquent question. I mean, the answer, of course, is that my view is that the only justice that will be brought to Uganda is Ugandan justice through its young people and through their peaceful rising. The West can stop arms sales and economic and political interaction with the dictator. That's possible. But in the next critical days, what will count will be the reaction of the people to a rigged vote. And that will have to be internal. Can the embassies, and I've been asking on Twitter, and we've been writing to embassies and telling them to stop with the platitudes. Stop talking about the election as if it's a real election. Stop pretending there's going to be an absolute vote. I mean, I'll be thrilled if it's true, but anybody who studied African history, and particularly Ugandan history, knows what the odds are. I think you're going to have Helen Epstein on tonight, who wrote that fabulous book on Uganda.
Yeah.
And she's just a wonderful encyclopedia of Ugandan history. And she'll tell you, as you all know, just how difficult it's been for those who attempt to poke at the dictator. And there's a lot of broken bones, a lot of disappeared opponents that never make it to Western newspapers. And God bless Helen for her great work on Uganda.
Yes, and also as Uganda was heading towards the elections, we saw Bobi Wine report a case, report the dictator to the International Criminal Court of Justice, citing the brutality that was exhibited on Ugandans. We have seen the American ambassador to Uganda acknowledge that these elections are not going to be free and fair because 75% of international journalists that were supposed to come in and monitor the elections were denied accreditation. So in this situation, do you think that the West, together with the International Court of Justice, because the International Court of Justice can come in if there's overwhelming evidence and issue an arrest warrant for the dictator. Could that also be another way forward for Uganda?
No, it's doubtful. I mean, to be honest, firstly, the ICC would not be bringing in the ICJ very quickly. The first thing they would have to do is an investigation. And given the dictator's age, by the time the investigation was over, I'm not sure where the dictator would be. I think the ICC application is very important because it's a good warning for people. And it's also going to be used to highlight the need for sanctions, Magnitsky Act sanctions, which I think are a very important instrument. And there are some great people in the United States who are working on that feverishly. We are working on it also with the EU because the EU has just adopted the Magnitsky Act. For those of your viewers who don't know what that is, that's a special form of human rights legislation that allows actions against individuals in countries where human rights have been impacted, named after a case I'm very familiar with in Russia, involving an individual who was jailed and murdered in jail by Russian authorities. So we're at a different moment in time where people like the dictator actually can face the music, whether it's at the ICC or more likely with sanctions. They and their families can face the music, particularly financially. So this is a new turn of the page, a new chapter for Africa, and I'm hopeful that at least from a sanction standpoint, the illegitimacy of this election will have ramifications.
Thank you so much, Amsterdam. It was a pleasure discussing with you on the future of Uganda. I hand over the microphone to Mr. Sebuliba.
Yes, thank you, Comrade Billy. Just I have one last question for Council Amsterdam. The question is, how can we identify and quantify forms of electoral violence in Uganda?
Well, I can only quantify it by the unspeakable number of deaths that have already occurred. It is shocking to me. I think we have hit almost 60 deaths that have been reported and documented. I think that one of the problems, I don't know if you're aware, but years ago I brought a case at the ICC involving the revolution that occurred in Thailand. And we had documented nearly 100 murders by the Thai police and army of innocent Thai civilians at that time. And one of the great tragedies in our present environment, then and indeed now, is how when you're in the midst of violence, people become desensitized. And violence becomes numbers, not people, and not families destroyed, and lives lost and understood. And I think one of the most important things I would suggest to Ugandans is that we make a list and we try to learn about the people who were killed, and we put their pictures up on the streets, not pictures of the dictator, but pictures of the victims. And if we did that, and if we had their pictures on trees and posters and light standards, so that every time the dictator drove, or ambassadors drove, or foreign guests came, they were greeted with the pictures of these innocent men, women, and children. That's how you would generate change. Because accountability does not become imposed by numbers. Accountability becomes imposed by faces and lives lost. One of the great murderers of our time is Donald Trump. Every day in the United States to COVID, we are losing over 4,000 people. Every day is a 9/11 now in the United States. And part of that is through his gross incompetence. And in Uganda right now, this election is being stolen by a man who has, frankly, when you listen to him, it sounds like he's lost his mind. And he's being held together by a kleptocracy whose legitimation for power is that they're black. And I think that's complete crap. I'm sorry. I know that we should all be politically correct and whatnot, but it is racism that because somebody is black, somehow that gives them a legitimacy to power. The only legitimacy to power is representation. The legitimacy to power is understanding you are a servant of the people, exactly as Bobby Wine says. I mean, one of the things about Bobby that I so admire is he speaks from the heart and from the gut about what's going on and about his duty to serve the people. But again, I will end, and I know my time is up, but I will end by saying I salute all of those, not just Bobby Wine, all of those who have braved the violence of this regime to run for office, or like Nick Opio to fight the repression. And trust me, if I wasn't banned from Uganda, I would be there tonight. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
You're welcome, Council Amsterdam. And I guess maybe, I know if we can borrow like 1 minute. This is just a recap of what you said. You said that you talked about the incidents which are happening, and this I got something in my mind. That do you think Bobby Wine was right to hold campaign rallies, because Museveni promised scientific elections, and we never had even like public podiums where they have to campaign scientifically? Do you think he was right to hold scientific rallies?
Look, I think Bobby was deprived of all of the other media that Museveni had because of the nature of the dictator's power over the media. So I don't think he felt he had a choice. And given the demographics of the population and given the way he campaigned, which was, as you know, very mobile, without crowds for long periods of time together, I think he did the best that he could.
Okay. Thank you very much, Council Amsterdam, for your time. We are glad that you made it here, and we are happy that we are continuing to work with you and working with you to the new Uganda we are seeking. And I know by tomorrow, Ugandans will be happy that they have a new president in the House. Yes, yes, that is the hope we have.
Let us hope and pray, and God bless Uganda and all of you.
Yes, you
Stay
too.
safe.
Okay.
Thank you.
You are watching the vote monitoring program, which tracks live polling results and covers the latest election updates. You Vote Counting Stream, streaming for you live.
Hello. So yes, I really enjoyed what Robert Amsterdam was telling, especially about that no foreign aid will come. Nobody will come to save Ugandans. They have to save themselves. And then also that the main thing that now is going to happen, that of course we hope that tomorrow there will be a new president, but we also know that there was an unequal feud and the dictatorship is trying anything to rig the results. So from a strategic point of view, this can be summarized as what we've been focusing on, the elections, which is summarized as Plan A. So Plan A was getting the youth to vote today. But also we saw that the dictatorship used a lot of methods, signs, anything to oppress the people. So they want to, showing to everything that they will not respect the vote of the people. Of course, we are now with YouVote, we're collecting a lot of election data to have a lot of evidence to show to the court, to everyone else who has won the election. However, of course, the dictatorship, he still has the military, he has the donor support, so he wants to try to stay in power. Then it's also what I really liked about Amsterdam is that he was saying, do not focus on showing the pictures of the dictator, and also do not try to talk only to the donor countries, donor governments, because they are now providing this support. We will talk about it later in the show. $1.7 billion a year is going to the dictatorship from international donors, of which most of them are in the West, in Europe and in the United States. So what's interesting that also the Ugandan diaspora, as we have shown with the YouVote, they have an extremely big role to play in not creating this awareness among the governments, but creating awareness among the citizens, because most of those democratic governments in the West, in the United States, in Europe, they are dependent on the taxpayers. They are paying that money, which is going to Museveni, which again is going to the weapons and the military, which is used to oppress the people. So what I like about Amsterdam, it's also very clear and very structured. Where now Plan A is transferring to Plan B. The results is likely going to be rigged, and we have to organize to protect that vote. But it also, there are also, from my perspective as a strategist of peaceful revolution, there are several stages. One of the stages is unity. So the joint press conference of all opposition party. That means that actually the Ugandans are now united. Secondly, there needs to be create awareness about what's going on, about the power, and that has also been established. They are building alternatives. They're creating visions of a new Uganda. They are organizing the people in more creative ways. And actually, well, there are only some things left before freedom is coming, because if you just focus on the strategic steps from unity, so the next step will be to open the eyes of the donors, to stop the donor support to the regime. So he has no money anymore to pay. There were some, the hackers of Anonymous, there were some signs, I'm not sure if it's correct, but they were freezing the bank accounts of the dictator. And then when the donor support, the only way how to stop the donor support is by creating awareness of the taxpayers, the diaspora. When that stops, that's the next check, which is achieved. Then if the political parties, which has now led the struggle, if they can unite with bigger segments of the people, civil society, education, the religious leaders, experts, international communities, if they can also be drawn into the struggle for this freedom of Uganda, it's actually the last part. And there will only be such a small minority of those that want to maintain a dictatorship compared to the vast majority that wants to gain freedom. Is very large. I'm very positive myself that within several months, Uganda will be free. So that's what I like from the presentation from Amsterdam. But actually, we are heading to a victory within a short amount of time.
Yeah, that is a great recap, and he talked about many things that what Ugandans need to do, and also as Africa as a whole. And it takes me back to one old scholar, Paulo Freire, in his book of Pedagogy of the Oppressed. He said that if you are oppressed, you can't wait for the oppressor to let you free. So it is you, the oppressed, to get yourself or release yourself from the oppression, and we are seeing it today. Many Ugandans went down to different polling station or centers to vote, to cast their votes, because they are tired of being oppressed by the rhetoric dictator. So with this, I think it gives us a clear picture from what we had in 2016 and what is happening now. In 2016, the people who voted, I think they lacked the morale to say that they lacked the reason why they had to go out and vote. They had hope that maybe the dictator may change and offer what he was promising them. But after the end of the 5 years, all the what the dictator promised, nothing was availed to the population of Ugandans. So that's why many people are coming out and they're saying we are tired of a dictator, enough is enough. And even when you look at him, you see a dictator who is left with nothing to promise to Ugandans. Is someone who is, because you ask someone whether if you concede, will you concede if Bobi Wine wins? And you say, yeah, if Ugandans decide, I'll go because I was helping them. That's how dictators, so reluctantly, bluntly, and arrogantly. And so it was a great conversation with Robert Amsterdam, and I think Ugandans themselves, he was right that they have to step up and take out the dictator. I don't know what.
That's one thing. One thing I also like to add, as of course the strategy of opposition by the realities on the ground. In normal strategies of past elections was to push forward one presidential candidate, which then try to gain the majority of votes. This time they used a different strategy. They instead of trying to have one joint presidential candidate, they had several presidential candidates, each with their own centers, each with their own personnel and their focus, so that they prevent Museveni to gain 50% plus one in the first round to win. Because if he doesn't in the first round, it automatically leads to a second round. And then the second round, those with the most democratic votes, they can share behind the opposition. And in that way, they will defeat Museveni in this time of the elections. But what's important to realize is that, especially over the last years, it was also a risky strategy of the unity between FDC and NUP. So even though Bobi Wine and the NUP and everyone, all the ghetto youth, they've completely radicalized the feud. I think it's also very important to keep reminding that for the past 20 years, there are also the brothers of FDC, Kizza Besigye. They have also sacrificed extremely a lot of them to support all of Uganda. So let's also not just forget about them, because for the last year, it was some, I'm not sure who said it, but there was something about that they were not, that they didn't do anything for Uganda, or that they just hadn't sacrificed. So personally close to being FDC and to people like Besigye and Poa, I felt it hurt them a lot because they have sacrificed as well. And then just by feeling that they had never made those sacrifices for the nation. So I also hope in this next process, Plan B, that both the NUP, FDC, ANT, that they will all come together as one united Uganda. Because I think for a new Uganda, it's crucial that we build a united nation. It's important that we don't, that the colors which has divided the voters, that they will all become replaced by one identity of one Uganda.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. And it takes me back to a point you talked about the diaspora, the contribution of the diaspora. I think even when we look at the past elections, the diaspora was weak in responding to either giving support to back home, mainly in terms of either technical or financially. So like the strong party by that time, which was FDC, it had the power to take over the country, but there was lack of mobilization. Right now, we're seeing that now we have a new trend that the diaspora came in, stepped in to see that they change their country. And it takes me back to in the 1940s and where we see African nationalism, the contribution of the diaspora towards African nationalism, towards getting rid of the colonial masters by that time. So you see the likes of Kwame Nkrumah, Gamal Nasser, they did a lot in pioneering Africans to independence. And that is what I'm seeing today, or right now, that the diaspora came in because they see they can do it by themselves, not looking at the Western world for support, and which was a great thing to do right now, and it has changed the trend. In Museveni, that's why you find that Museveni failed to give money, to give out money, using money as a tool to keep these people under him, and that trend changed completely.
Yep, yeah, definitely. And what I also think that Museveni has done very cunningly is he has not built like a brutal dictatorship, as everyone knows. So it's very clear to everyone it's a brutal dictatorship, but he made a sophisticated dictatorship. So only when you get critical, that's the moment that you start facing the dictatorship. In all those other moments, it seems just like a normal government, maybe corruption, but he gives the illusion that there's freedom of speech. But the moment you start to become critical, there's no freedom after speech. If you can go to the radio station, but then you're arrested after the radio station. So by using this sophisticated dictatorship and the illusion of being a free country, he maintained that donor support for a long period of time. Then there's also one thing about, you were talking about the first regional protest wave, the decolonization. There's also one I really like about Fanon. And Fanon was saying that everything has to change for anything to change. So what you often see in these African revolutions, also currently happening in Uganda, that political power is taken by the people, but then the system behind it, the system of the underdevelopment, economic underdevelopment, social underdevelopment, that system makes it quite difficult to bring real fundamental change. So you even saw revolutions already in Tunisia, in Egypt, in Sudan, Burkina Faso, but the real transformation, the fundamental transformation on all levels, economic, social, political, it all needs to be tackled at once. So I would advise the new government of Uganda, either led by POA or by Bobi Wine, that the most important thing is that everything needs to change for anything to change. So do not only focus on political measures, but focus on all measures.
Yeah, I think it takes me back to the idea of looking at a pluralistic way of approach in Africa. I think Africa needs pluralistic leaders. They do not need any more of monolithic leaders, because when we look at pluralistic leaders, these are leaders that will be answerable to the people. If the people say that this is what we need, we voted you in power because you belong to us, not you are the one who has to decide for us. So right now, once Uganda gets rid of the rhetoric leadership that we have, that means that a new era will be pluralistic. And there will be no maybe like giving history, as you hear all the time. Museveni is talking about 1986 when they went to the bush. Some of us were there. So you can't keep reminding me about the time you went to bush. At this era, we're in another millennial era, and you're telling the people you are lecturing about 1986, none of them was there. And some of them, they just read it. And some, even those who were there, they were still young. So this is something that you have, if you want to keep your leadership, what you have to promise. That's why I told you that Museveni, he is a leader who is left with nothing to promise Ugandans. And that's why today Ugandans went ahead and decided that we are tired. We have to remove this rhetoric leader. We get a new leader who will listen, a leader who will work with us to develop our country and also to make our country like the country that our great-grandfathers fought for. Because when you go back in the 1960s or before independence, Uganda was a country that everyone loved. Like however much we said that Idi Amin was a dictator and Obote they were, but they had that patriotism for patriotic mind for their country. The institutions that Uganda is on right now were put in place by those dictatorial regimes we condemn. But right now, when you look at Museveni's leadership, the only thing you'll talk about is all about constructing roads. I'm still constructing roads. I'm doing this, and then corruption. So this is of which it is a menace now than how it happened during that time. I think that is a great thing, Ugandans, what they are doing right now, getting rid of this rhetoric leader.
Yep, I've heard that from the tech guys that we will show a video. Before we go on to the video, I have one last thing I remember about continually telling stories about 1986 and the Bush, and they went all for to liberate Uganda. There was Eli Tonwine, the Minister of Internal Affairs. He was posting something, "Why are you hating me? Because I lost my eye for you." And then there was one poster, and she said, "Do we also have to keep telling our children that we lost our virginity to make them?" So I found it very hilarious myself, and a very fitting character of the millennials of these days, the young Ugandans facing off with the Bush people from the old times. But for now, we go to a video from our tech persons within the team. Okay, thank you.
The two main candidates for the Ugandan presidency are incumbent Yoweri Museveni and Robert Kyagulanyi, also known as Bobi Wine. Ugandans vote for a new president and parliament on January the 14th, 2021. Here are 5 things you need to know. 1. Everyone wants the youth vote. Uganda has one of the world's youngest populations. 75% of people there are under 30. Young people are becoming more and more politically involved, and with that, the race to win the youth vote intensifies. Opposition candidate Bobi Wine is promising change from the top and saying he will amplify the voices of the nation's youth.
Our pledge has always been to exalt the voices of the people of Uganda in the most legal, in the most
Yeah.
Okay, now.